internet outlets, and you can certainly ask at your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because then you support a local business. And I guess that's about it for the plug. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you like it too. Welcome everyone to the last class of the secular calendar. We will be continuing as normal, God willing, next Wednesday, January 7th. We will take one day off this month for the yeshiva break, which is, I believe, the week of the 26th. But otherwise, we're walking on through the cusp of the secular New Year. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes the donation to remain completely anonymous. Even the fact that there's an anonymous donor is supposed to be anonymous. So you'll have to wipe that entirely from your mind. But obviously, in honor of the auspicious occasion that this is the eve of the fast of the 10th of Teves, we have to have a special meal with champagne, things like that. So,
if I knew, I would have been here earlier.
But it's also, life is tough, as my father, Arnie Kapars Mr. always used to say. And whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other any happy occasion, which is definitely Chaparine, and wish each other a happy New Year, secular calendar-wise, and let's hope that we should share many Simchas together over coming years. Okay, so that's the good welfare. The joke. Today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. It happens to be one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this halachic device that many communities use, including our own here in Surfside, the Eruv. Right? You remember the joke? The Eruv is, I hope you don't remember the joke. Okay. The Eruv is essentially it's a construction. Usually it's a wire, or it can use natural phenomenon of rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard, so to speak, so that all the Jews who live there are, as it were, living in a single entity. And this has tremendous utility for the Sabbath. Oops, lost the image. I have to make sure I do this occasionally. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit Jews from carrying on the Sabbath, or using their pockets, things like that, or pushing strollers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often, people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people of a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the Eruv, I don't hold with the Eruv. It's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an Eruv, that makes a neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the Eruv, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this: there are two chavrusas, two study partners. They're sitting in yeshiva, learning together, and they're learning and studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. We've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. And I have to tell you, I've been hiding something from you, and I think it's time I actually fessed up and told you the truth. And Shimon says, what are you talking about, Ruvain? He says, well, the truth is I'm not Jewish. And Shimon says, what are you talking about? You are so careful with your kashrut. You're sitting here learning Talmud in yeshiva. Your Hebrew skills are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You pass daven from the Amud. You do all these religious things. He says, no. The truth is, I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, "Do you want to have a Shabbos meal?" So I said, "Okay, why not?" And one thing led to another. I really enjoyed it, and here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just shoved me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, well, you live a completely Jewish lifestyle. He says, well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, in Talmudic law, a non-Jew is actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath in all its details. I violate the Sabbath every week in order to keep, in conformity with Talmudic law. So he says, I don't believe it. He says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath. And he says, yeah, but Ruben, we have an heirloom. And he says, I don't hold them. I need to book that one up a little bit. But okay, here we are. Let's go to the material. That's what you came for, not for the jokes. But I did get an email, a comment from someone in, I forgot where it was from, saying we need more jokes. So, okay, so tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very Talmudic topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own Talmudic education. There's no question. He's an overwhelmingly important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. I meant to ask Denise Malcolm, my daughter, who is now doing the filming. Mr. Rodriguez has gone on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter, Denise Malcolm, is going to be filming. Denise Malcolm, in your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? She has. How about Rafaela? You're in the back there. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughters have to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of yeshiva, chances are you'd never hear the name Rashba because he's so deeply associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in women's seminaries. He was a tremendous leader of Spanish Jewry in the heroic 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. And as we'll see, he was not only renowned for his incisive wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived at this time in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends even to the present day, when we still live very much by his teachings. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of these rabbis had names that were made of parts of a longer name. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham, or Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generations known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work through Talmudic law. And the concept behind the grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to the revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah and to divine information and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information than earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later generations. And the Jewish philosophy of time, when you break them up into several groups, which is outlined in Pirkei Avot, the period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. It's a little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim, the Geonim, the Amorayim, the Tanaim, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generation after the Talmud has been completely written. The previous period, the Geonim, there were certain tractates of the Talmud were still under production. The Rishonim is the first generation when the Talmud is already canonized, and so they are the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with, Rashi, who is exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of these few hundred years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have the Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all of the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in a statue from Cordova, is perhaps the most famous of the Rishonim who were engaged in codes. You also have the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. As I think I mentioned just a couple of weeks ago, but we'll repeat it, why not? The Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get the Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that the Rishonim do, is they try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier passages. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in terms of literature is his activity as a writer of responsa. So the term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsum, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him, he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi, Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him any money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer to the best of his knowledge, but if it turns out that if it's beyond his capability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi, and this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a more well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi until you have someone who is known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that you can somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus, where enough people agree that, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he becomes the person that people turn to. The Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you will have an absolute agreement on one person. There'll always be several, maybe half a dozen, that various groups regard as the Gadol Hador, living at the same time. We did have a generation like that about 40 years ago. There was a widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all movements, but that's very rare and very brief and only episodic in Jewish history. It was the case in the era of the Rashba. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rashba, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may have taken several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses in Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continue to be studied to this day. So it's extremely active. Maybe to put it in kind of a flip way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby. Is that the name of the column? Dear Abby? He's kind of like Dear Abby, except for Jewish law. People really paid attention to what he had to say. And by the way, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, responsa literature is still being created today. It's really quite fascinating to see all kinds of questions, which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. You know, what is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you cook meat in it and then you want to cook milk in it, you have to kosher it. How do you kosher the inside of a microwave oven? Not the way I did it one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour. I think that was the right way to do it. And in fact, I actually broke the glass plate and the metal buckled on the inside. It was history. Okay, so let's go on. His background. He came from a very well-to-do family of money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Aaron of Lincoln, talked about the institution of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success, building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the King of Aragon. Like, even as a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous resources. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired. By the age of 40, he took the position of the rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important communities of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is really when the Rothschild becomes the man that he would be renowned for many centuries. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through Talmudic vision. Early on and he was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. To give you just a couple of examples, in one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting the Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching on his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on in his career this young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how his integrity was sacrosanct to his activity. There was a case brought against a Jew who was accused of informing against the state. The Rothschild did not want to hear the case. The secular state, Aragon, drove him in and said, "We want you to review this case and tell us what you think about what we should do with this Jew." After an exhaustive review, and again, he tried to recuse himself, but the king demanded, so he participated. After an exhaustive review of the evidence, he ruled that the person was in fact a traitor and deserved death. This is a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is considered a very, very difficult, almost impossible thing to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presented, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The ticking time bomb kind of example. So he ruled against the Jew in this case and ordered him to be put to death. The family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rashba's decision to the great Maharam of Rothenburg in central Germany, very important figure we spoke about a few years ago. And the Maharam upheld the ruling of the Rashba, and in fact, the Jew was put to death. So we see on the one hand, here he is defending the innocent orphan against tremendous money, wealth arrayed against him, and at the same time we see him standing up for the rights of the state against an individual Jew who was accused of informing on it. He was so well regarded that King Pedro III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities, that the state regarded him as the Gadol Hador, kind of like Lord Sachs in England, that sort of thing, where his moral authority was so great that it penetrated the Jewish boundaries and went well into the non-Jewish world as well. He was regarded as the Dalai Lama of the time, they regarded him so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and as someone who could not be swayed to render unfair judgments. He established a yeshiva and attracted some brilliant minds to him. I should mention, by the way, his background in terms of his education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of the era. One was Rabbi Yonah of Gerona. I think Gerona is pronounced Gerona. Is that correct? Gerona? Gerona. Okay, that's good. Actually, it's funny. There's a gas station called Chevron. Chevron. And my youngest son always pronounces it Chevron. This is like Abraham's birthplace, Chevron. So. Gas station. So anyways, Rabbi Yonah is especially known for his glorious book, Sha'arei Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, which is one of the classics of Jewish literature, which it's called The Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, 20 different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret. And the book is like a tremendously heavy tome of that nature. Very, very good for introspective reading. And at the same time, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was, the older scholar, the last Gadol Hador before the Rashba, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly, one of the acts most famously associated with the Rashba's activity. So he had really tremendous teachers behind him, the Rabbi Yonah and the Ramban in particular, and then when he established his yeshiva, he was able to commit these values to a later generation, and a few of his students include the famous Ritva. Again, if you spend any time in yeshiva, you'll study the works of the Rashba and the Ritva. They seem to go hand in hand altogether, and they really did because the Ritva was the Rashba student. And also Rabbeinu Bar Chaya, who wrote a very famous interpretation of the Torah, a commentary on the Torah that is studied to this day. So again, we have to get the whole picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet his wealth gave him his independence to be able to focus solely on Torah. Regarded as a peerless leader of sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in ruling on issues that spread throughout the Jewish world. Again, 3,500 individual pieces of correspondence. If you work that out, his career lasted about 40 years. So let's see, how many is that? 3,500? 80 or 90 letters a year. Right? That's a huge amount. That's like 2 big letters a week. And these are very learned letters that have tremendous amounts of knowledge packed into each one of them. Okay. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. And I'd like to concentrate on 3 main areas in which the Rashba was involved in some very significant disputes, which persist in some way to the present day. As we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, one of the great classics of ancient Jewish literature, any controversy that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will endure. And if people are arguing really for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, then that controversy is not going to be just solved. If the controversy is solved, it means maybe it wasn't so much for the side of truth. And so we see that very much so with the Rashba, particularly in the dispute over secular knowledge. So what's going on here now? One of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century, 2 interesting things really, but let's focus on the first ones first. Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcating. It was getting more complicated, and there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great synthesis, well, I'm actually going to say it like that. Let me back up and just change the way I say that a little bit. There were three main bodies of thought on the Jews of the 13th century on how to approach Torah. You had the allegorists, many highly rationalistic Jews, many of whom came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that the Torah as a whole must be understood as a massive allegory, kind of like in a Philonic sense, so that it's not everything that's in the Torah should be taken exactly as it's written. It's all meant to mean something else. And of course, the danger inherent in that way of thinking is that all of the commandments then become debatable. Well, imagine we debate them anyways. But there's no hard and fast rules. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that it's forbidden to, let's say, I have to find an easy one. Thou shalt not steal, let's say. So you say, well, I'm not actually stealing if I photocopy this book and then sell it. It's not actually stealing, right? Because I didn't actually take anything away. It was a library book. I put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of this book, right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You say when it says this kind of word, it really means something else, and so on. And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning. Then there was a group on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic, who were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory, and reading everything meaning something totally divorced from the simple text says. And then finally, you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to, distance themselves from both extremes, and the Rashba found himself in the middle of a dispute over this, and especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in the Jewish curriculum. It should be, lots of study of physics and of astronomy and so on. Jews should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all, because all of this stuff is chokhmas hagoyim, non-Jewish wisdom. It is metame, it defiles the Jewish soul. Jews should just stick to the 4 cubits of the Talmud alone and not study any of this secular wisdom. And the moderate camp in the middle was really, there are arguments to be said for both in some ways, because the rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers with multiple gods and things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the two extremes here? Now, if I can jump ahead to the 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools even today. How much Torah belongs in a Jewish school system? Do you have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies devoted to the Torah, and then you squeeze in the secular subjects later in the day? That's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you can only employ them for a few hours a day. Or do you say, no, we'll mix up Torah here and secular studies there, and you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free at the end of the day, then you're learning a little bit of English. Do we say that the balance should be 50-50? That if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 hours is secular and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit, so let's have 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. And so the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly do we hold with this? What ended up happening is the Rashba was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set down a rule. In the so-called Compromise of 1305, He made a ruling which was basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said, nobody is allowed to study philosophy until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier? No way. It's too dangerous. There are too many crazy ideas. There's too much, nourishment in there. So young people who want to study philosophy, you've got to wait till you're 25. Presumably, by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then, you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later feed into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. There's certain hard sciences, as we would call them today, that did not have any potentially ideologically risky components, were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study that. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, questions or arguments to this point?
Astronomy fit into this. Very much into it.
Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also, slides over into astrology, the zodiac, and all kinds of things like that. So, astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until 25. You have to be 25 to get to that. But a very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes, because it was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting kind of political dimension to this as well, because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of rounding out France as a whole here, was that, is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, the Rashba was living in a time where these kinds of political disputes spilled over to religious ones. That the Rashba's ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Rishonic proverb, Ein simcha ke'eter hasfekot. There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, is it going to work, not going to work? Once you know, that's a special kind of simcha. And so the Rashba, he resolved the doubt and had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do, and everyone agrees to it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these debates in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rashba's teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, or the judges, who were all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater, but the king gave Nachmanides a huge amount of money and said, you better get out of the country because you're in trouble now for the very strong performance that you showed. And Nachmanides was banished, he ended up in Israel. These disputations proved to be very, very popular, and the Rashba was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to it. In particular, in writing, he wrote tracts that criticized books like the Publio Fide, the Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martini, a very important church thinker, who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Qassam, who was a Muslim thinker who had written criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against its detractors from without. But finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize. He is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Achinuch, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew-English translation. We happen to have several copies in my house because they're very popular bar mitzvah. It is actually the first, it itself was a bar mitzvah. It's another amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aharon of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parsha of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly, and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. And God says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Chinuch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating book. But anyway, I will criticize the Torah Habayit. He wrote a book called Bedek Habayit, which means examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rothschild to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rothschild apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in a third person, as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rothschild. We find out from a later responsa that the Rothschild was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayit, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and then guarding of the house, all one kind of like triad of works that deal with it. So he was involved in defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So when we take all of these works as a whole, we can see that the Rashba has a phenomenal legacy. This, by the way, is the 5-volume set of his commentary on the Talmud alone, separate from the responsa literature and so on. The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides literary is his compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish wisdom into the Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always. Next week, we're going to speak about Kalonymus, another scholar who was especially involved in translating Arabic wisdom into European languages, and one of the principal reasons why Jews made such a phenomenal contribution to world culture. Thank you for your participation.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Furio da Costa, also known as Furio Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marrano, so-called Marrano, or a converso, a crypto Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marrano identity and the perils of living in a kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Furio da Costa is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we note at the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off the derech, sort of like an internal observant catchphrase for meaning Jews who were observant and then chose to not become or no longer remain observant. In Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'elah, just like there are those who are choser l'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, you see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. Now, I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides, but basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century and into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They do not have the same coercive powers. That has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect, we might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full flower in the French Revolution, and that, of course, are the things that we'll discuss in February, March, and April. Okay, one last. So anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself as it were as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all that cracked up to be, was quite difficult. The parallels are eerie. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, in Jewish law, of the tinok shenishbo, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? The Charlton Heston, Moses is on the mount and he gets the 10 Commandments and tells the Jews these are things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale, or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children, for example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves, living in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, I'm not allowed to eat that? You mean I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday? What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability, of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, mushrash. It was not rooted in their personalities because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement.
If you don't know the pain and your dealing, ooh, I can't tell you, darling.
We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. And for those of you who were not here last week, when we spoke a little more about the Spanish Inquisition, you'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism, only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressure to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generations of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again directly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame, you'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only in a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a frum Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto-Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term of opprobrium. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto-Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were in fact Christian. It's most anusim did not find out that they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they're too young, the parents were afraid that childhood banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? Must be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto-Jew as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the 3rd time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after 2 earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition. And in many ways, I don't think he was very far off. So we know we have tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto-Jews, so-called underground rabbis who were noted, meaning these are people who practiced as religious leaders for the crypto-Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and his cousins, and in fact, they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male or female, donkey nor horse. We talk about horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto-Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. But what do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you'll recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches under the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising your child. That was obvious. But it would be even something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely, inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish? How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed, a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting songs, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like, prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and so on, but otherwise completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can tell you a short, funny story. This is such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and we have this huge tararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself robed to the chancellor, and the chancellor would then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor. And I say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. I says, oh yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and you'll do it. So they call my name up, I walk up there, I stand a little lower, I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, Mazel Tov. So we have to imagine young Oriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish and what he's going to do about his Judaism. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth, The History of the Marranos. It was first published in the 1930s. And the main thing is I have to find the actual page. I was going to read it to you. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. This is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe, and the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read The Trial, it's very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug,
How is this
which was a
motherfucker
reference to how much waterboarding she would
How are these
endure.
people
Because
getting
the
so
waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition.
7?
So this is
11?
the translation. She was
13?
carried to the torture
How am I
chamber and
fucking
told to tell the
bullshit
truth.
better
When
than
she
you
said that she had nothing to say, oh, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, Signores, I've done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. And she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I've already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, loosen me, and I will tell the truth, I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. They hurt me, Senor. Loosen me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Hold my arms. Release me, and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me. Take me from here, and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it. I don't know why. Another turn was ordered. She said, Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They hurt me. Oh, my arms, which repeated many times and went on. I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are breaking my arms, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that is unprecedented on a human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist the way Jews and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg in Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not leave alone. I just have to find one more document. It's hard to do this with one hand. Here we go. This is the document I'm looking for here. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. And this is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. Most common one is known as cherem. You also have shamta, harur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute and the 2 parties agree to go to a Beit Din, a rabbinic court. The rabbinic court finds in favor of Ruvain. Shimon, however, refuses to pay what the court tells him he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in a form of cherem. If you read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers and you look in the back, you'll often find these legal notices that says so-and-so is placed under a ban. There's a series of various terminologies used for them. And let us understand this within the context on the kind of punishments. They can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to be honored in a synagogue, to no one's allowed to do business with him or speak with him or stand within 6 feet of him, 4 amot of him. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and the discretion of the court. Perhaps the most famous excommunicatee, is that a word? Cheremi, a victim of a cherem, is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who has a very significant connection to Acosta that I'll explore a little later. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. So let me read this paragraph to you, and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Ma'amad, this is referring to the village elders here, the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinosa, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways, but having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinosa, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinosa should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch Espinosa with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing, or show him any favor, or stay with him under the same roof, or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the Kulturkampf of ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, would later challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal, who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they had endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, like what my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it with salt. She just washed it. And that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat. And the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was to just be super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. That's my father, always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg. He went back to Amsterdam, large Jewish population there. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of Rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against Rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is Perushim, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors who were very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta, in my humble opinion. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derech. So the Karaites, I've read just about everything he's written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he was even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities toward in the east, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. So he's, no Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become an ape among apes, meaning I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to be reaccepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution, that the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to communal will. You will recall at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I talked a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband would refuse to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days, right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprisingly. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that did not do me honor, for if they scourged me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they did give him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating ritual. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again, and they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after being ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. Begins to say, well, what about the doctrines? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. And I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. For the 16th century, to hear someone expressed in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta, explaining his own behavior. It's hard to believe it actually happened this way, but they say that's it. Three excommunications. That's it. You are totally out at this point. He ends up being ritually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at a table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, which is the example of a human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin and misses. And then he takes another revolver, and I imagine these are like single-shot muskets, and he ends his own life. So that's the sad story, the arc of the life of this Uriel da Costa's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual who is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then he sees that the island of Judaism that he imagined is in an entirely different part of the ocean, and he simply can't swim to those far shores, and in the end, he ends up taking his own life. His legacy is remarkably important, even with the fairly clear strain of mental illness that permeates his writings. He is one of these early thinkers of the modern period. This really quite early. We won't have people like Voltaire openly criticizing religion for a couple hundred years yet, but he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, and especially in print. His thought would have a signal impact on another Amsterdam Jew, Baruch Spinoza, and in this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, they never met, it's showing Acosta here holding on to the young Spinoza on his lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connection between the two of them. The work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You can see that, Spinoza, the child, looks very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seemed to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him, and he lived his life normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual. Look at how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's gaunt, and he's sort of brooding, and his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed in much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon, that even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of a Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to the concepts of Judaism as practiced by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment on religious sense, but he's a classic example of that kidnapped child that is ultimately not culpable for the damage he did to himself, and perhaps even to the damage he did to future Jewish thought. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Uriel da Costa. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. Please applaud now because it sounds good on the tape. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Everyone, thank you for coming. Got a great lecture tonight. Garcia, fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel like this is one of those tremendously underreported histories of. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many Sephardim as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite tremendous, really regal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady. And we'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation, but we do have a sense of what she might have looked like from a slide I'll show you at the very end. But nevertheless, her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. Here we go. We're relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English. Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and the post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography. And the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks, who wrote a fascinating account called The Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nassi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote his book. So we're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in inquisitorial Portugal and later on through Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian whilst secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatrice de Luna Miquez. Beatrice is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take their mother's and their father's names, and it probably alludes to the family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Miquez is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the often mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, a kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name De Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Miquez is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Miquez. So he enjoyed calling himself Miquez as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term originally, which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Hannah. This is, to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, you know, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name and I have what I like to call my slave name, right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me. And Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American. Not too successfully, I think. But, you know, this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard-pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel begin with the same letter, but in Spanish you can have completely wildly different names. At any rate, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Hannah. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, is a very common characteristic of converso families, is that they are highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso family. So in other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, you know, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity, meaning marrying someone too close to you in relations. His name was Mendez, also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname that is used by many Sephardic Jews today. I actually know some Benvenistas who claim descent from the house of Nasi all the way to the present day in South Florida. So the bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda HaNasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Gracia and Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it is so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto Jew, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto Jew when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here, as a little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who is condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true. I love bagels and lox, and I eat them every Saturday morning, or things like that. And as a result, he is, he's going to the flames, but with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning, so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And French says, a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. You can see he's quite a bit sadder because he feels it's tremendously unjust. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to meet a horrible fate. I would like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai ibn Shaprut, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrela, scholars like Maimonides, is true, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America, Spain was a tremendous home for the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, even if maybe they haven't even gotten over it until today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how could Spain fall and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period. So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left a little earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where our heroine was born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. An incredible amount of achievements. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raged through Cordoba. This is the Alhambra Mosque. The Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews, but is perhaps one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordoba. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland both geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like it had the zeal of a convert. If I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides. And one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic convert, Jewish convert to Catholicism and Pablo de Christiani. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of this period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the rituals made humiliation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This was an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change, that we'll have a new king or things like that, and things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain, and so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who is reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never converted to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community, or in the new Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, form of waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one involving extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything under torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the new Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, excuse me, I keep on making that mistake, they would be brought before a public tribunal. Here you can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had association with the later witches' hats and the dunce caps, where they would be, forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refused to recant, then they would simply be thrown alive into the fire, which is of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate that it's directed primarily at these new Christians, and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I go on. I'm just going to move away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Morano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an Old Spanish word meaning pig. And this was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and then were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have a dog returning to its vomit. So the term Morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular, even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso. These are Jews who had converted, or crypto Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose a person to a charge of Judaism. For example, the smallest kind of deviation from group standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind of fried sausage or fried and breaded sausage, but replacing the sausage, pork sausage, with partridge meat or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaizing. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large, frequent gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point a finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall that there was a very strong economic motive to denounce these Jews. The property of convicted Judaizers was confiscated and distributed to the church, and invariably rewards were given to people who had denounced them. So as a result, there was actually an incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact Judaizing, which is just, just like in the Stalinist example, it made it go larger and larger. So this was essentially the condition of Jews in Spain specifically for much of the 15th century. It ended horribly in 1492 with this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up and within a few months' time leave the country of Spain where they have resided for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so what's going on now? Portugal is a little different. Portugal is known as the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Lisbon for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King, now I wish I had written this down.
I love
King, there's several of them actually, and Spain is often referred to as King John in English literature, but the more modern scholarship is Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled Joao. Right, and my daughter who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? J-O. She thought it was like wow. Could you imagine naming your son wow? Say J.
What's up, Tim?
So she actually said,
oh, yeah. I think it might be dressed, and then didn't recognize that I didn't cheat by it. You got that right. Damn, I took away like 12 hours at a time. But here's what happened. I'm up all night, and I'm fucking exhaust myself, and then I try to catch up on sleep sometimes, multiple days in a row. And I got like, damn, did I sleep like a motherfucker? Or just, hey. And I awoke, like, I don't know, 9 hours to go to sleep, and I was like, yeah, I could just seriously just sit here for fucking hours. And I look over and oh wow, SPC is still in there. This is quite rude of me. And by the time I had it, like even a second thought about it, oh, back to the snooze room. So yeah, I am quite the refreshed individual, and I'm gonna rap all fucking night. So I'm gonna get some people in to a concert. How do we do that? Actually, people kind of like this. I get like a bunch of different angles going in a Discord server, and invite a bunch of people in, and we make it pop. Let me just say that we make it pop, baby. All right, just one moment. I have to adjust a camera into the correct. Thing. Into the correct. Yo, B, hurry fuck up, you shitty ass phone. $8.50. Oh shit. Ooh, kids, that was almost the fall. How's your day been? Garage store? Very cool. Now you're chilling like the villain. That's one of the greatest rappers in the history of mankind. I'm up there with the 5 greatest. Amazing. Did you ever see Chappelle Show? Okay, good. So you know the top 5 rappers pre-Rabbi were Dylon. Word, Mockingbird. Excellent. So, you know, it's difficult. I separate the art from the artist. How else am I going to sing Michael Jackson songs and, you know, lots of other people like that? So that's what I do. And, okay. But I'm going to get this for getting motherfuckers are going to be shit themselves. All right. Now, SBC is going to be live streaming. It is quite an event, people. Man. Now, the ladies, that was a great house. It says we're not going to Woo! Oh, my goodness. All right, kids. About T-minus 10 minutes until this fucking concert starts. Meantime, guys, I still make bed because next week, all of these muscles. All right. Ready? Here we go. It's extreme. Go get some sunglasses. You got sunglasses somewhere, son. A week later, they heard that son. This boy. And song update 6 of 15. Dog, I opened this fucking app like 3 days ago. What 15 fucking updates did you guys not do? Every time I open this fucking app, there's like 1,000 up. Can't you run these fucking things in the background? Alright. everybody. Excellent, baby. Caspian Seas live coming to you from the metaverse. Wah, 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 wah. Rabbi wants everyone to know that Rabbi will be rapping all night. Period. Please come to the VC and tell all of your friends. Period. This is the biggest event in global history. Oh, feel that? Feel that? All right. Bing, bang, boom. All right. Here's start things off. This is like the first real action. Remember rappers used to like, it's kind of shit. Yeah. What happened to that? I'm looking at that. Well, I'm messing up. Caspian Seed, you can you add a Discord? It's called Maya's Playhouse and come to my DC there. Maya's Playhouse, MYASPLAYHOUSE. Right. So it's discord.gg/MIASPLAYHOUS. Yep. Playhouse PLAYHOUSE. Excellent. And then in the VCs, you're going to see one with a bunch of red Rothschilds in it. Bingo. All right, kids. Don't worry about my fantasy football team. I know everybody is worried about it. We're literally playing someone this week, Hurricane, who does not pay attention to their team at all, and we're losing. They have a bunch of questionable guys, a bunch of guys who are up to the season starting. That's how good. Yes, you will. All right. So, it's the one thing that I would like to do. Welcome, welcome. All right. If I deafen myself, let's see. Okay, so I have to deafen myself up here. This one. Welcome, welcome. This is Sugar Hill Games. Rapid Delight. Can you hear me? Maybe. Can you hear me? SBT, can you hear me on this device? This device. There we go. I got it. Can you hear me on this device now? All right. A little bit of a delay. I think we got it. All right. And one, and two, and 1, 2, 3. Good. Hip, 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 hip. Happening, don't stop. The rapid did it. I'm rapping to the beat. And me, group, and all my friends are going to try to move your feet. God, and want the mic, and I'm about to say hello to the black, the white, to the red, to the purple, and yellow. Hey, hey, boogie, the boogie's in the bed, put the boogie in the bang, bang, boogie, won't stop. We don't stop. Let's go, 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 to the bang. Come on, Hank, sing that song. Yes, yes, I'm not here. See, I have fun with the next right. You see, I'm still one and it's part and I got set to a T. I got 5 guards and 2 guards. I got 8 times and stuff which had of that. So after school, I figured it in the pool. Well, I got a code TV so I could see the kids play basketball. Hotel, what you doing today? What? OJ, hotel, how is that day? Acting up, then take my friend, not mellow. But you got to. The government. It has TER, double E. I also thought it's the E. The B. America, we love you. When I wrap it to the fight for like I say this. Young woman that did go for super strong. Kids have to practice life structure. It's generally just check it out. All right, here we go. R.I.P. baby. Word dog. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody being here. You're amazing. Everybody's amazing. Shout out to Coolio. We love Coolio. R.I.P. On the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. What up, everybody? So glad to get it's Coolio with the actually here. It was just some information with everything. I live my life by the code of life. What I'm in the street of the like ABC that they're not okay. I'm just going to slide. That's what I'm doing. I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. Go get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta be every heavy drop in the hood of the box of box. Take it, I do it. Right there, your winter. Jerry curl. Your partner no. It's Julio. Slide, but that's the best. I got something brand new for that ass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. Push, beat the bush. Gotta be great. Like a West Coast party, because the West Coast party don't stop. That's good, good. I got eyes. Slide, but that's the path. I got something brand new for that ass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. We gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. We gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. Get your woman on the floor. Gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your woman on the floor. I gotta go get up and get down. Gotta go get up and get down. Bingo. Next up is Coolio's Dangerous Minds. Actually, Gangster's Paradise from the movie Dangerous Minds with Michelle Pfeiffer, where she comes in and she's like, boom, puts the chair in, and she's like, oh, okay. Yeah, now, here we go. Gangster's Paradise. Hopefully, Julio is in paradise. Living a dream, baby. Here we go. One of the great songs of the 90s. Shout out to Bam. Shout out to Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Teddy, Edu. We're going to the moon, baby. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Because I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking. you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying to each other. I really hate the trip, but I gotta look as they croak. I see my seat in the split of smoke. Ooh, I'm the kind of G little homies wanna be like one of these in the night. Say your prayers in the spotlight. Be feeling on so lives living in a gangster's paradise. They've been spending most of their life living in a gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most of our life living in a gangster's paradise. It's a situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money in my mind. Got a chin in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I roped out gangster set, tripping banger, and the homies are down, so don't arouse my anger. Ooh, that ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living on the, what can I say? I'm 23, running with a liquor seat, 24 ways things are going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? They've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. They've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power in the money, money in the power, minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's running, but half of them looking. But I don't know what's cooking. They say you gotta learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? Because they can. I guess they won't. I guess they're fronting. That's why I don't think I'm going to look for. They can't spend most of their life living in a gangster's paradise. They spend most of their life living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most of our life living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most of our life living in a gangster's paradise. Are we so far to see that the ones we heard are you and me? Why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? Bingo. Next up, we got Will Smith getting jiggy with it. We're going to make this a number one hit in the United States. This is going to be Rabbi's first number one hit. What? On your mark, get it, let's go. That whole flow. No. Just can't sit. Gotta get jiggy with it. That's it. Honey, come on. DKNY. Open your eyes. You got a pot of that with a lot of stuff in it. Like it. Be like foreplay, so I go to the big little style song. Getting jiggy with it. Fall with the kids. Watch your step, you might fall trying to do what I did. Mama, on the ocean side, in the middle of the club with the rubber dub. No more for the haters, the natives. Man, think I got 4 seats at the Lakers, 50-yard line with the Lakers. Yeah, my Honda be set. I'm the greatest. I got the fever. So please, I just want to show kindness on the birthday, Friday, and all this. Don't stop. Don't stop. And the winner on the summertime. I don't need to do with it. Getting jiggy with it. I asked if you need who's the kid in the book, you will choose with. Yeah, sounds great. 1, 2, 3. Women used to tease me, not figuring out that's easy. Since we moved up that Georgia Weezy, yeah, to the positive. The brother that's platinum, yeah, the speaking of platinum, rather put all the platinum, platinum, to the chill. But I did. So yeah, the lady of my life, she did. My mom on the outskirts of Philly, you try to flex on me, don't be silly. Get jiggy with it. Kids, before he was Muhammad Ali, before there was the pursuit of happiness, Will Smith rapped. All right, next up, we got Will Smith's Miami. Why? Why not, baby? Why not? One of the best cities in the world. Here we go. Vibers, vibe, and lyrical. Yeah. Miami. South Beach, bringing the heat. Y'all feel that? Can y'all feel that? Check it out. Here I am in the place where I come and go with Miami. Of every day like a Mardi Gras, everybody party all day, homework all day, the things don't sit a little something, the rest is still. Me and Charlie at the bar running up a habit, with the dress to kill. Every time I interact, they be like, hi, Rabbi, you feel me? All ages and races, real sweet faces, every different nation, Spanish, Haitian, Indian, Jamaican, Black, white, Cuban, and Asian. I only came for 2 days and planned. Every time I go, I always wind up saying, this is the type of town I can spend a few days in Miami, the city that keeps the food raising. Everybody in the city where the heat is on all night. I'm the beaches to the break of dawn. Welcome to Miami. That's the club with the heat is on all night. I'm the beaches to the break of dawn. I'm to Miami. Welcome to Miami. No, there's the rainstorms and nothing to mess with, but I can't feel the drip on the strip. It's a trip. Ladies fast, just fully equipped, and they be screaming out, something. And the songs be rain, just melting hot. Hottest club in the city, and it's right on the beach. Temperature, if the year is about to be 500 degrees in the Caribbean Sea with the hot mommy scream, baby. It's been 5 minutes. Thank no goodbye. So, it's cold, this fashion show. Pound for pound, everywhere you go. Yo, ain't no city in the world like this, and if you have, I know. I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. The big time got it going on. And New York is a city that we know don't sleep. And we all that in LA and Jiggy. But on the street, the real. Y'all don't understand. I never seen so many Dominican women with cinnamon tan. Here, this is the plan. Take a walk on the beach, all hot in the sand. Give me a hand. Then you can sexy. Let's go to my yacht lounging on a palm tree. And you gotta have cheese for that summer house piece on South Beach. Oh, it's so clear you can see to the bottom. $100,000 car, anybody got 'em. Ain't no surprise that the club to see flies still though Miami, my second home. Welcome to Miami, the NBA, Miami. Bounce in the club with the heat is on all night. On the beaches in the break, I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. On all night, on the beaches in the break, welcome to Miami. Miami. Bounce in the club with the heat is on all night. On the beaches in the break, I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. All right, kids. Now, there was a big movie. Most movies were just one great show. It also had a phenomenal soundtrack. Here we go, kids. You know it. I know it. It's the Man in Black. Shout out to the right. Nope. Woo! Here comes the Man in Black. It's MIB. From the MIB. Here comes the Man in Black. They won't let you remember. New guy dressed in black. Remember that, just in case we ever face to face in the contact. The title held by me, MIB. Mean that we can do what we do not see. So don't blink there. What was there? Is there a come down? Turn with the break with the glass on. Walk slowly, move in silence. God again. Extraterrestrial violence. You don't think they don't exist. No names and no fingerprints. Some self-strange. But back because you never know where the MIB is at. Here comes the Man in Black. Galaxy Defender. Here comes the Man in Black. Still let you remember. Like up the room up with the quickness out, but the witnesses hypnotized, neuralized, vision memories through the head, sees people and of these behind the protect them, you know what I mean? They're never right? Against the worst arm in the universe. Don't fear us, cheer us. Hear us, don't fear us, fear us. And my knees, breathing out all black. What's it called? Men in Black. Here we go, kids. Learn this dance. You're in Israel. Get your shit together. Learn this dance. Ready, kids? I can see you just bounce with it. You just bounce with it. You just bounce with it. Slide, slide, slide. Walk with it. And just walk with it. Galaxy Defenders. Here come the Men in Black. Men in Black. They won't let you remember. Check it. Listen closer. I know it might seem imposing, but trust me, if we ever go to section, believe me, it's for your own protection. These are guys who mean not to. You may lose that you do not be. So go on, jump on the road as well as that shit. But it's that's the man. And here comes the Man in Black. Here they come. Galaxy Defenders. Defenders. Here comes the Man in Black. They won't let you remember. Here comes the Man in Black. They won't let you remember. Absolutely. But we have some pretty big little days. No one video kids. Here we go. And a one, and a two. 1, 2, 3. California, no high party. California, no high party. In the city of LA, in the city of good old Watts, in the city of Compton. Keep it rocking, we keep it rocking. Welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. A state that's a country home like Elliot Ness. This track keeps you drunk like a slim to jet. Bring on to the town to the city instead. Genesis track take with the bomb that's nasty. The state where you never find the dance for empty. Then some money we can see for the beat. Then nothing you is get back to. Ever since honey was wearing sad suit, I stood high in the cut, watching the sun shine, looking like a rod, Liberace. It's all good. From Diego to the Bay, your city is the bomb, your city make it pay. So the food is in the blue, in the way. Straight from California, California. Let's hide party, let's hide party, California. Let's hide party in the city of LA. In the city of good old Watts. In the city of Compton. Been rocking, been rocking. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. California dreamers, super step on the scene, street, alcohol, the west side, worldwide recognized among strong care, from the like a slow care, just people that bomb beat for great, you know, singing the streets of LA, because look like a sad town, get married and live in that town, everywhere, they put them in the phone, oh, it's hot, in California, oh, it's hot, in the city, the LA, in the city of where is Rabbi, Chief Rabbi, City of Compton? Keep it rocking, we keep it rocking. Shake it, baby. 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 Shake it, mama. Shake it, mama. Shake it, daddy. Shout out to Long Beach. Definitely in the house. Bristol. You up in here, Pasadena? Where you at? Where's the Rose Bowl? Yeah, Inglewood. Always up to no good. You're probably trying to get the piece, baby. Sacramento, where you at? Sacktown. Throw it up, y'all. Throw it up. say I think Ice Cube is going to be Oscar actor and as a director, perhaps. Oh, why not? I don't think it happens. Should. Gotta thank God. I don't know what things kind of hard. No fucking hard. It's hard. I'm a thinker, but it's so hard. I got my work on. But it did out. I got it going. And it did out. Stupid job. Thank you. Stop. It's not. It's all right. I got a beat from Kim and she can go all night. Call basketball. Last week, fucked around, got a triple double. Freaking in the middle of the day. Today was a good day. Dog's house, watching Joe and eat grass with the hats on the cats. Today was a good day. And your listeners know that the Crips and the Bloods should combine forces into a 501c3 and become a very big charity. Twelfth grade, it's I had a really good they beat the Supersonics. I feel a little bit of big fat fanny all over there and killed that cool nanny. And Jake runs deep, so deep. So deep, I put her ass to sleep. Woke her up round one. This head kick and with a stupid top gun. Took another sip on the potion. Hit the ocean. I'm glad to work out. Got her ass up. Today was one of those fly dreams. Even in the direction of high beats. From murder. 2 in the morning, got a fat burger. And he said, Rabbi's a pimp. Long as hell. And the man is still blowing up. Hey, I got this thing for you to do. Good job. Next up, we got a little bit of gin and juice for the peeps. Anybody out there who's old school, we're old school rappers. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm just bubble rapping. I invented bubble rapping, yo. But you have to know what our roots are. Our roots are in South Central, son. I live in Long Beach, motherfucker. Here we go. Gin and juice. Shout out to Snoop, nephew. Shout out to Long Beach. Shout out to the LBC, everybody. With so much drama in the LBC, it's kind of hard to make those elbow cheese, but somehow, some way, keep coming up heavy and shit, yeah, every single day. Hey, I kick a little something for the cheese, and these two in the morning, party still jumping in my mind. Oh my God, bitches in the on and everything, six in the morning. So what you gonna do? I can pull the rubbers in my own voice too. So turn off the lights and close the doors. But for what? Way back in my mind, my mind, rolling down the street, smoking window, sipping on gin and juice. Way back in my mind, my money, my time. We got to see the gym. Everybody got the cuss, but they ain't chicken. Now it's got this shit. Happens all the time. You got to get your work, you got to get mine. Everything is fine when you listen to that DOT, that music that captivates me. Listen to the words that I speak, that I'm in the middle of the street. You have to listen to Mercedes. You can get it home voice for it, or everything. Please, please, please. I tell you, down the street, walking, sipping on gin and with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Smoking and sipping on gin and juice. Way back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Be on that day. The Tanqueray. And you had that shade. I'm still talking. That's a bitch from the city of Compton. Serve me. That's the cherry on top. Because when I'm busting out, I'm raising on the top. Don't do that, girl. I love your hoes. I'm out the door. You know, only got the street. Only been on you. Be back. With my mind on my money, on my money, on my money. Rolling down the street. Smoking and dipping on gin and juice. Be back. With my mind on my money, on my money, on my mind. Down the street. Smoking and sipping on gin and juice. My mind on my money, on my mind. Rolling down the street. Smoking and sipping on gin and juice. My mind on my money, on my money, on my mind. Cool, kids. All right, next up, why don't we just calm down here? Go to our friend ChatGPT. We have that thing that Google should have invented, and we're going to ask it. What up, Playboy? It's everybody's favorite tip here. Can you please make a list from 1 to 25 of the top 90s rap songs? All right, kids. You ever saw Making a Band? One of the biggest songs. Puff Daddy made all of the people really fun. See, but memorize the words. Why not? All right, kids. Here we go. Juice. No, notorious. Fuck all you hoes. Yeah, I traded. Go to the teacher. To me, I never amount to nothing. Fuck you. Above the buildings I was hustling in front of, call the police on me when I was just trying to make money and be my daughter. Baby. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazines, Salt and Pepper and Heavy D every the limousine, hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, grab that, learning on my mom. I like J Clark for the J Clark. Certainly, the who down them try to start way back in the minute. What I can do? You never thought that hip hop would make it this far. Now I'm like such a run tight, trying to get paid. But what black the world trade? I'm blowing up like you thought I would. All the cribs, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know, baby. You know very well who you are. Don't want to hold it down. Reach for the stars. You have a goal, but not that many. Cause you're the only one. I'll give you good and plenty change. Common deep. Because to the first, so it's driving reach. And I'm far from cheap. I took some good and someday. Spread love, it's the book away. The poet and I was there, keep it pushing. Girls used to diss me. Now they write letters because they miss me. Never thought it would happen. But happened since. I'm too drunk in the gas and stuff. Now for the street clothes, for one coast. From the Mississippi down to the East Coast. I'm young queen, intro to dreams. Sold out to see my things on speed. Loving life without fear. 25 carats in my baby girl beer. Which is brunches. Used by the pool. Consider the pool because I dropped out of high school. Stereotypes in the black male misunderstood. And it's all good. And if you don't know, now you know, baby. You know very well who you are. Don't let them hold you down. Reach for the stars. You have the Lord, but not that man. You're the only one. I'm here to do it. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was that broke, grew up on pictures this. 20th Street. The sofa, got two rides, limousine with a chauffeur, phone bill about 2 G's flat, got $1 million, tennis hat, and the whole thing is lounging. Celebrate every day, no more public housing. Thinking that nice little check, now the line brings up left, They love to live on my cause. Smiles every day, there's a place up in the stores. Wonder if Christmas and it's us. Birthdays are the worst days. Now we sip champagne when we thirsty. They like 135 days. Because I went from negative to positive, and it's all. And it's all good. Don't let it go Cause you're the only one I give you good. Do the mafia and flavor. Yeah, represent, baby. You know very well who you are. Don't let them hold you down. Reach for the stars. You had a goal, but not that many. Cause you're the only one. I'll give you good and plenty. Yeah. And don't know. Alright, kids. One of the anthems. Here we go. Next up, some of the most notorious motherfuckers of all time. One of the hottest songs of all time. And I will quote any star who says, they never made a song of Fuck the Fire Department. NWA, Fuck the police. Well, no. Judge Rabbi is presiding. In the case of NWA versus the police department, prosecuting attorneys are MC Rand, Ice Cube, and Easy Motherfucking E. Order. XQ, nigga motherfucking stand. Use words of all truth and no question. I affirm. That's what the fuck you gotta say. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young underground underground. And not the other fucking so police think they are authority. You feel the authority. Fuck that shit here and there. But there's your cause and the good gun. Please deny. If you go in there, you go toe to toe in the middle of the cell. Put it on TV here and put it in the page up. Put the note in the note in the page up. That's what they get it's $7 products. You gotta see the benzo, in a benzo, see the shape, in the yellow tape of the scene of the slaughter. There's bread and water. I don't know. Listen, and grabbing nuts. On the other hand, with a gun. Showing up for the white cop. I took a swarm on any motherfucker in a mud uniform. CPT. Most people are afraid of me. Oh, gun. It's perceived to be a bloodbath of dying in LA. Yo, Drake, got something to say. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Put your goddamn hands on her right now. Oh shit. What the fuck you put me on the floor? You don't like it. Just sit your ass down and shut the fuck up. Man, fuck this shit. I smart ass. I'm a picture you. Rabbi ass to jail. Fuck you. They're promoting security. The fucked up incident. Fuck the police and the red center because rabbis on the street is a majority. And then the motherfucking weapon is kept in a stash spot in a so-called law, which means you saw, like they're scared of it. They find me. But it's laugh. There's a get something fuck you, punk. Reading my rights and shit. No, don't jump. I say the color, say the stand. Like that. Fuck you up. Smoke any motherfucker that sweats me. They in the soul. Their head is me. I'm a sniper with a hell of a scope. Taking out the top big road. Not me. Motherfucker running in the bag. Listen to show is not that bad. Go. Down. Something like that. Yeah. But Rabbi is like to hear what they say. But no, at least. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Yo, fuck you, Waldorf. How you feel about this bullshit? Under a motherfucking jacket. Sweating in the game while chilling in the shack and living a life in the face. Or what? Maybe it's because I did so much blood I kick ass. Or maybe because I got class and kick ass and with a good trick of the police or an AK. Because police always got something stupid to say. But there's ignorant of silence. And then NFP because there's violence. Yeah, but we can play ball. Without gun in the bag, got a sucker in a uniform wanting to shot or another. Good is a big girl. Yeah, this girl is cool, and I think she's the cool. Whenever I'm rolling, I keep from here. One motherfucker with the gun, and I'm rolling up the gates. And I take out. white bread chicken shit motherfucker. Well, that's a lie. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get him the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, you shitbag. Police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. So kids, if you really want to know something, I'm gonna just pull this up really quickly. What is the policy in some jurisdictions that a police officer cannot have an IQ above a certain level, or else they're deemed to perhaps they would become disinterested in the job, and after enough time is put in with other training and such, they'll just leave. So now, in many jurisdictions, police have to take an IQ test, and they have to get a score below what is considered a certain level in order to have the job. Here we go, kids. What you're referring to is a policy that has been reported by some police recruitment systems where a certain level of intelligence measured IQ test is considered a disqualifying factor for some law enforcement positions. Yeah, you heard that right, kid. So if you ever see a cop out there, just know that there's possibly a chance that this motherfucker was too dumb to essentially disqualify themselves from a position. The theory behind the policy has to do with retention agents on issues and difficult following orders. So basically, they want dumb motherfuckers as police. So any police officer that you all see, just know the reason why they were chosen for that job many times is because they couldn't do very well in an IQ test. IQ cutoff levels. Historically, some departments have set an upper IQ limit, often around 120 to 130, because it's believed that individuals with IQs above this range might not be suited for long-term career law enforcement. Why? Because many of the times those people have a conscience and they're smart and they don't want to abuse their fellow person. So just in case you all see this, this is an absolute true policy that many police departments have, where you have to kind of be dumb to be a police officer. And so if you don't think that that's true, look it up. Next up, we got Notorious B.I.G. and Big Papa. Why? Because I'm Big Papa. To the world, baby. And guess what? Obviously, by knowing Rabbi, has never been a police officer. Way too higher than IQ. Here we go. Woo! Thank you, baby. Here we go. Next up, Notorious B.I.G. Big Papa. Oh. Ding, 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 no, with silent grace, allow me to bless the spirit of the features in the person, rock, place, back to the club, snipping all that before you come, get back into the club, and I get those mad question asking, bump passing, press fasting, but you just get quit, because one of these homies really got to sleep with. While we both get hot, let's check it. I got my Mac and Ray in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to feed the needy. No, you got mad see no players. Two fucking players. Jump in the rover and come over, tell your friends I'm in the GS3. I got the chronic by the tree. I like it when you call me Big Pop. Throw your hands in the air if you're the true player. I like it when you call me Big Pop. I love it when you call me Big Pop. These will shoot up the place. Why? Because I see some ladies that should be having a baby. Baby. Shit up the line. What's your name? But baby. Who they attracted with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as I got that line, and ask you what you're interested in. Who you being with? If you be with what's your deputy guy? phone say Chinese I think when you call me big pop, throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. I like it when you call me big pop, to the homies making money playing. Big pop, on the phone in the place, please shoot up the place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. If it's cars and mansions and Benzes, giving ends to the friends and the gifts and vendors, tremendous grief. Up $1 in the tree, still told the traffic. Chopping peas, something on the dogs. Only holy. No, whatever. All this treasure. Super okay. Coach fellas now. Tell your friends, be with my friends. And we can be friends. Shit, we can do this every week, right? Yeah, right, it's you. Yeah. Keep banging. When you call me big pop, throw my hands in the air, player. I like it when you call me big pop, so you always get the money paying. I like it when you call me big pop, if you got a gun up in the place, please don't shoot up the place wide, because I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Check it out. Nice more show ass folks. That biggest smalls to the mafia. Grab the baby. All right, kids. Now you know Rabbi. There's something, and it's a big one. What's that? Come on. Ask anybody. I did a party. The whole party would stop. I'd get on a couch or a table. I'd start singing this song, and people would go cray cray. Is that a real story? That's a bunch of real stories. 100%. Here we go. Oh, and let me just say this. We separate in this household and all households the art from the artist. So I don't care what these guys say behind closed doors. If they put out fire hits, we listen. Here we go. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. Yeah, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. Good. What you wanna do? Wanna be ballers, shot callers, brawlers? Who be dipping in the bands with the smallers? On the road in the J, in the chorus, trying to get my hands on some grand like Forest. Yeah, living the raw deal. 3-course meal. Better cheating and bill, but still, everything's real in the field. And what you can't have now, leave in your will. But don't knock me for trying to bury 7 zeros over in Rio de Janeiro. Ain't nobody's hero, cause I wanna be heard. On your hot 9-7, every day that's my word. Swimming in women with their own condominium. 5 plus 5, who drive millenniums? It's all about the measurements. What? I get a 50-pound bag of all fun of us. 5 carrots on my hands with the cut. European for the good, for the clutch. What in the friggin' wrong nigga? Driving the boat digger. You know, sippers. Watch my gold diggers. Living in the gold sippers. Never touch me, kept on. Grabbing the style. 3 reptiles. Wearing the jeans, orange screen, dead in the street. On cheap and I'm sleeping in the steam. People that nobody believe you. Here we go, kids. Yeah, you stack chips like Hebrews. Here I sit that I leave you. With these that I pay for either. Don't try to cop those colossal size Picasso. Not that pop to that guy to a lotto. And yeah, you from a so-so. And that chick in the month and a so-so. Can't tell you no, it's not some soda. And just wait for it, didn't wait for Minnesota. And the camp called the Chevy Nova. And the chick named Malona. 38 toner. When I was young, I used to bone her, but now I only bang chicks who win beauty pageants. It's bigger than this shit. Can't ask them home. say, Father Christoph. Mickey ringing, got no one the man singing. Italian music around the tune with the chick clinging, thinking we stuff. Mad boss. Acting hard when you was pussy as you call. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. 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 What you want to do? Want to be ballers, shot callers, brawlers. You be dipping in the fans. Shout out to Lil Kim, one of the hottest verses ever. Who got caught? Want to bumble with the B, huh? Throw the heck on the whole family. Sitting all black with the omen. And this is for my homies and your homies. But make a Rabbi so sick. You know, with hands in the dance on the lick. If it's murder, you know she wrote it. You're in the room with your ass deep throated. Run a hunter, platinum coated. I'm just gonna tone it. Let bullshit. Play a hater from the sideline. Rob your own shit. Why you ride my little fella kind of lady? Got your hand in Mercedes. Puffy, hold me down, baby. Only female in my crew, and I kick shit like a rabbi do. Throw a critic to fuck you. You're gonna skills or not good. And the prisoner is on the cover down in Brasco. Put the Chrome 740 oh, with the kitty cat. What is wrong with the kitty cat? Fuck the state pen, fuck hoes at Penn State. The praying mantis. The mantis. You can soon get away. Oh, my lip will spray. Don't tempt me. Only the hell I send thee. What about the Benjis? All right, next up. This is a fucking amazing song by the one and only. Oh yeah, guys, I wanted to put this. Psych. Here we go. Why? When Rabbi goes viral. All right, friends. Comment out. Comment out. I'm coming. Who's hot, who's not? Tell me who rock, who sell out in the stores. Tell me who crop, who you got, who you got, down here, there's no here. Same old man, Rabbi, you know ain't nothing changed but the rim. Guarantee I'm gonna sell it full of love. You don't want to go down. You don't pull it down, they can let it lay it down. Down. I'm the young champ with that Goldie style. Can't nobody put down. Who the school of man on my duty, staying on the same low life duty, true tips, everything on me. I don't know, they ain't one for me. Like the moment we come across, the whole problem we see. I don't know, but they want from me. It's like the moment we come across, no problems we see. God can see me come. Thank God, thank God, shout to drop all the dust. I know you think it's you will still be on top. We don't talk that later on top. Finally, you don't think I'm messing around the POA. Yeah, I know what they want from me. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. I don't know what they want from me. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. D-I-G-D-O-P-P-A. So we go for the DEA. Federal agents, man, because I play against tap myself and phone in the basement. My team needs to be. They clean. Triple B, beautiful cheese. I need that. After six, on all the needs that. Yes, and posters, girls on shoulders, Playboy, I phone triple B. Too much. I lose too much. Step on stage, girls too much. Throw your roadies inside, inside, make it hot. B-I-G-B plus and G on the phone, Fortune, 500, this I don't know what they want from me. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. I don't know what they want from me. It's like more money we come across, the more problems we see. I don't know what they want from me. It's like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? I don't know. Anyone from me is like the more money we go across, the more problems we see. I don't know. Anyone from me is like the more money we come across, the more problems we see. I don't know. Anyone from me is like the more money we come across, the more problems is. So coming up next is we have, you know what? Let's throw some female rappers in here. We had, but let's not forget Spinderella. Shout out to Spinderella. Spinderella, sing it one more time. Here we go, push it. baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 oh, yo. Push it real good. Push it real good. All right, kid. What if you're the first class? Let's check this out. Back check. What was the first rap song? First rap song. This song could be dead, and it's going to be huge. People like it. All right, kids. Even Town and Red Run. You guys ready? All right. So do you see nothing? Like this. Say, you see, the guys who play. It was the most thing to get the you told you to walk this way. They told you walk this way. Talk this way. Talk this way. Talk this way. You walk this way. Talk this way. You walk this way. Talk this way. That's it. flying up in the air. Dance. Talk this away. Watch this way. Talk this away. Walk this way. Talk this way. Walk this way. Talk this way. So hard, make me say, oh my God, Joe Hamlin and see him do this. Now, a quick lesson to all the kids out there. That was a sample tape. With James song for this. The next song we're gonna play, and they have legal information. Next song we're gonna huge litigation between me and the next artist. I want everyone to know out there that like no one since the beginning, everything there's a phrase, everything since the beginning of time has been a sex worker. So what we got? Like the first person might be like, oh, okay, that's a clap. And then another person was like, and then is that considered a separate piece of art than the original clap? So basically, we're at a point in music where everything has been borrowed from something else. Like the phrase, everything in the world has essentially been borrowed from someone else somewhere, especially when it comes to music. So basically, for someone to be like, oh, this person used my song without my permission, and now we have juries that are listening to these things. And does it sound the same or doesn't it sound the same? You know, we really can't do that anymore. I really want to open up art to the world and allow people to use whatever music, whatever sounds that they want, and not have to worry about 5 or 10 years down the line. They're going to be taken into court and have a jury of 12 people listen to a song, and maybe it kind of sounds the same to some of them, maybe it doesn't sound to others, because literally you could do this with every single song. People could do this going back to Beethoven, going back to Mozart, going back to Tchaikovsky. They could do that. They don't. And it's a lot of times these giant mega media monopolies that either sue small artists or other coming artists on the basis of maybe something sounds similar, maybe it doesn't. And they have to either stop performing the music because they can't afford the litigation, or they are in the middle of litigation, so there's a cease and desist on them being able to play the music. I want art to be able to be free from litigation. It's as simple as that. If you want to make a sound, make it. But this is how it is. Let's be honest. So VIP. Let's kick it. Alright, stop. Collaborate and listen. I step with a brand new invention, something. Grab a hold of me tightly. Flow like a heart the daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? I don't know. Turn out the lights and I'll blow. Through the extreme, I'll rock a mic like a vandal. Light the stage and let the chunk like a candle. Stand. Like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play your melody, anything less than best is a felony. Love it, believe it, better game play. Better than play. Good deal problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the phone button, reach it. Awesome. With the basic knowledge, basic game, I go crazy to hear a single jumped up tempo on the road. Not good so much. You go get low, hear the thing right. Just get high. And you stop to go, just go back. Get up to the let's not get to the next spot. The heart is dead. Let's go here. A1A. East 1 Avenue. Gunshots. Rochelle's coming. If there's a problem, I'll solve it. Check out the hook by the DJ Closet. If there's a problem, I'll solve it. Check out the hook by the DJ Closet. And what you like?
Oh,
There you go. Too cold. Too cold. You may be out there like, hey, Rabbi, don't you know a rap song from the last 2 decades? And I'd be like, yeah, I do. But you really have to know the foundations of rap to really appreciate rap today. So with that, we got the Beastie Boys. Shout out to all my homies in Brooklyn. Shout out to all my homies in the tri-state area. Shout out to the Beastie Boys. Here we go. Kick it. You wait under you and you don't want to go. You asked my please, but she still said no. No word. The next day, the day, and some kind of trip. Here we go, kids. You gotta fight for your right to party. No way. It's just 2 acts a day. It's such a drag. You can't do away your best poem, no man. You gotta fight for your right to party. You gotta fight. Run away. You can't come home if you don't cut your hair. You can't go to the and say, what's that noise? Oh, mom, just chill. It's a Beastie Boys. You gotta fight for your right to party. You gotta fight for your right to party. 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 Here you go. Hey, Rabbi, can you please pull some rap from this millennium? Okay. All right. All right, kids. You get your fish, story, fish. What are you going to play for us? Dude, one of the most underrated actors of all time. I don't care if you don't agree. Fuck you if you don't agree. I might sing this for a long time. I really think that this person is amazing. Again, I separate the art from the artist. Why? Because I'm amazing. And I suggest that you do the same. Here we go, kids. Shout out to Stan Johnson. This is an amazing video. Shout out to that's the real one. Shout out to Stacey Dash. You're hot as fuck. Up. Outside. We're gonna set this party up right. She's so subconscious. She has no idea what she's doing in college. The major that she majored in, they're making no money, but she won't drop out. Her parents are looking at her inside. That ain't insecure. The concept of school seems so secure. Sophomore, 3 years, ain't picked a career. She like, fuck it, I just stay out here and do her. Live with the money with me, with your parents and your man. The baby daddy don't really care. She's so precious with the peer pressure. Couldn't have told her daughter, your daughter Alexis Street is so wrong that it looked like Eve. Then she cut it all off. Now she looked like Eve. She didn't do anything to that can't believe. Single black female addicted to retail as well. All falls down. Let me show down who you gonna call. When all falls down. All falls down. All falls down. When it all falls, who you gonna call? When all falls down. When it all falls down. Okay, promise. I'm so subconscious. That's why you always see me with each one of my watches and rollies and cases and whatever crazy. I can't even pronounce nothing. Pass that for safety. Finish it. There's only bucks on this. Just to be like, Rabbi, you ain't up on this. And I can't even go to the grocery store without a song and the game and the beat and the team. Give me an American dream. But people have nothing but to notice self-esteem. The prettiest people do the ugliest things from road to riches and diamond rings. The greatest. Lost because the greatest. We tried to back our 40 acres. We look good if we were too. Even if you're a bench, you're still a rabbi in a coop. When all falls down, and it's all about being on the fall. When all falls down, and it's all down. When all falls down, it's all about being on the fall. When all falls down, it's all down. Fuck the police, that's how I treat it. We buy a way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. We buy a lot of clothes when we already need them. Things we buy to cover up what's inside. Never put myself in love, they well. Yeah, shorty's running where the ball is at. Drug dealers all down there. And the white man get paid off for all of that. Yeah, they didn't have the appropriate involved. Because fuck it, I went to Jacob with 25 down before I went to do it just doing the thing. Because I'm 106 and pocket pushing the bangs. Said, all the cricket is all the river. Then cut the bad joke. I can't find a big thing before I admit it. We all self-conscious are just the first to admit. All falls down, and it falls down, who you gonna call? But all falls down, all falls down. It's who you are, all falls down. Yeah, all falls down. All falls down. Up next is Mr. West. Strong. Here we go, kids. It makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. That don't kill me. It only makes us stronger. I need you to hurry up now, because I can't wait much longer. I know that man is right now, because I can't wait much longer. Man, I've been waiting all night now. That's how long I've been on you. I need you right now. I need you right now. Get lost tonight. You can be my black pink boss tonight. Play secretary, I'm the boss tonight. And you don't get enough to right. You know, it's me first in the yard. They ain't looking like this anymore. I ask because I'm not sure. Do anybody make your shit anymore? Bow with the presence of greatness. Because right now you want to say this. You want to be on the guy like this. Up to the spaceship. They don't make shit. Specifically, that's not make shit. You made this. You got hope you take 6. Take this. Haters. They don't feel me. They don't make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now. Because I can't wait much longer. I don't know if that to be right now. Because I can't get much longer. Man, I've been on and on. That's how long I've been on you. I need you right now. I need you right now. I don't know if you got a man enough. If you made plans enough. If I put you in my plans or not. Tripping up the street, just saying a lot. Nothing wrong with you in front of me. So how the hell did you front on me? Because you don't want me. I'm tripping on get caught up in the moment. Right, here we go, girls. It's moved on down night. You even think you down night. Everything that I'm done. Will I do anything for a blind night? Give her a limelight. And we'll do anything into the contract. Oh, baby. It's making it harder, better, faster, stronger. And that don't kill me. That only makes me stronger. I need you to hurry up now. Because I can't wait much longer. When I know not to be right there. Because I can't wait much longer. I'm waiting all night for you. That's how long I've been on you. I need you right now. I need you right now. You know how long I've been on you? Since Pentagon Apple on you. Since OJ had isotoners. Don't act like I never told you. I never told you. Don't act like I never told you. That I never told you. Don't act like I never told you. Don't you can try to let my responses stronger. That don't kill me. It make me stronger. I need you to hurry up now. Because I can't wait much longer. That's when right now. I can't wait much longer. Right now. That's how I've been on you. I need you right now. 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 You know how long I've been on you. This is my asshole blowing you. So those that had ice Don't act like I never told you. You know how long I've been on ya. She thinks she's on Apollonia. Told you had isotonia. Don't act like I never told you. Alright, for all the rabbits out there who want to keep their bodies in shape, we have a smoothie workouts for you. Ask any girl back in the day, they were hitting the gym, this was on their plate. And the water, and the juice, I made it wet. Get like the summer workout tape. Ladies, if you follow these instructions exactly, you might be able to pull your rabbi, an NBA player, man, you call. You don't go, you know, 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and get them set up right. You take on it high. You need something like this. You can't stop, breathe, you understand to be. I'm excited, divided. Without me, yes, she speak without me. She talk about it's like now, baby, we can work it out. Work it out, work it out, work it out, work it out. Baby, we can work it now. Till the wet, the cigarette. You get some chicken sad, you can say, get it wet. You come in charge. You got sarge. You got that money in charge. You 16 miles. There was low to be. Hold it to the cold. You can do some phones. You got to call now. You gotta do Pilates. Gangsters, rabbis, all us. You know, deep down in the she lives without me. Without me. Talking about this, freaking out. And maybe we can work it out. Work it out. Work it out. Not working. And we can work it out. Yeah. We got plans. And then I'm ahead of my shit. I'm the best rabbit in the area. And we did it. Thank you, Anna. Woo! Never say, I was taking care of my phone. My parents and my 13 and family. And what must have done, and I ain't got to wear, fuck with Brand Ray Ray's broke ass no more. Get up. Get wrong. Get wrong. I make a ton of takes and I just want to say, every time you work, okay, I've been able to date outside my family and get a double. And I'm going to throw the money. Roll the plane, roll the plane, roll the plane. Work out plan, that's gonna be a ball my friend. She's gonna be a ball my friend. Can't make it in the ball again. It didn't work. You should have my good work. You would have it. No dessert. Good. Dessert. Good. It's all about work. So, to reintroduce myself, this one is right. Put in work. Move that ass over there. You can tell. No dessert. No dessert. Get that man. You shout out to that Peter Frampton. Voice changer thing. All right, next up, kids. This was a huge song. This was such a big song that, like, it's arguably one of the biggest songs in the world. You don't know what the Rothschild or the is. What are they called? All right. Before we sing it, we gotta make sure everybody knows what we're doing. So here we go. We're gonna go to chat. We're gonna post the thing. TikTok sucks, so it doesn't save any of my cache. I don't understand. TikTok, I've already told you you're fired, but why is it that when I save, like I copy something, it doesn't just save it until my computer does, my Android devices do, but yet your platform absolutely sucks. Can you please join the VC? Rabbi is about to say gold digger. All right, kids. If you don't know this one, ask your moms because they do, guaranteed. Take the money when I'm in need. Yeah, she's a traveling friend indeed. Oh, she a gold digger, way over town. That gives on. Uh, now I'm saying she a gold digger, but she ain't listening to the broke. And I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't listening with the broke niggas. Get down, girl, get head, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Go ahead, girl, go ahead, get down. Go down, girl, go ahead. Even though I'm in the booty July with the baby little time under her underarm, she said, I can tell you right, I can tell by your charm. Girl says a pop. I can tell by your charm and your arm. I just don't want that to see her. That's like your friends told me at the ass like Serena, Trina, Jennifer Lopez. 4 kids that gotta take all the badass to show biz. Hey, with the kids. And then you got the friends, and all in the beds, they all got it in, and they get it to the if you fucking with this girl, then you better be paid. You know why? It's too much to touch her. From what I heard, she got a baby by Buster. Her best friend says she used to fuck with Usher. I don't care what y'all said. I still love her. But she's a gold digger. But she ain't messing with her bros. And I say she a gold digger. But she ain't messing with her bros. Get down, girl. Okay, get down. Get down, girl. Okay, get down. Get down, girl. Okay, get down. Get down, girl. Go ahead. Yeah. 18 years. 18 years since you got one of the kids. You kept it for 18 years. You know, somebody paying child support for one of these kids. The baby mama's cost for your kids bigger than his. Any given Sunday, win the Super Bowl and drive off in a Hyundai. She wants to look at that Chicago with the money. She went to the doctor, got lipo with your money. She went down to the lipo with your money. She couldn't sure got right for your money and money and money. And you ain't no fun. Halloween up, read up, read up, read up. Yeah, it's something that you need to have. Because when she leaves, she's going to leave with half. 18 years. 18 years. And on the 18th birthday, they found out it wasn't his. Man, I ain't saying she a gold digger. But she ain't got some with no bros. I ain't saying she a gold digger. But she ain't messing with no bros. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, yeah. Say she's a gold digger, you got me. And then you can smoke, but you can't bother me. You got all that, you can anything you can do. This is in the back, you gotta roll up the sleeves. And just watch him. Keep gonna look at him. Look at the Dodson. Keep it in the vision, baby. Look at his eyes. Next week, on the floors. Next week, it's a surprise. We stick it aside. Yeah, that's nice. And then you come and try it. Just stay right there. And when you get up, you need to ask for a white girl. Get down, girl, go ahead and get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl. Yeah. One of the most amazing is this. Yeah. Okay. Why do you like him so much, Rabbi? Listen to his song. Just stop. Not at all. Can't stop me from rapping, can they? Can they hop? Along to the limit, to the wall. For a chance to be with you, I gladly risk it all. To the wire, to whatever come my way. For chance they come the way. Right down to the wire. Somebody wanted to take their best of this scissor. That there could be this. So their sons on life support, different anything, and they're there on the plane to they're down, which in it is. If you don't know who Emmett Till is, anyone out there, you need to look this up. This is a young man who was murdered in Mississippi. You should help. I'm going to just stop this out right here. We'll just tell you. Please give me a short biography of Emmett Till. Emmett Till was a 14-year-old African-American boy from Chicago who was brutally lynched in Mississippi in 1955. Till was visiting relatives in Muddy, Mississippi, and he was a whistling ad for making sexual advances to the white. Despite a lack of evidence, Till was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by two white men, Roy Bryant, Clinton's husband, and half-brother Jacob. The murders were acquitted by an all-white jury, but Till's mother, Mandy Till, insisted on an open casket in Chicago to show the brutality of her son's death. The photos of Till's disfigured body, published by Jet magazine, shocked the nation and became a catalyst for the civil rights. Although the killers were never convicted, Emmett Till's death seems a huge moment that galvanized the struggle for racial equality. But I ain't Jamaican, man. On a chance to be with you, I finally missed it. Whatever comes happening, all the chance and love, chance to I fell through the wire, through the fire. Shaka Shaka Khan. His whole life. All the chance to be with you, I'm glad we missed it. You're the one, whatever comes up next. All the chance and love and love with you. I don't know why. Being in the fire. Shout out to Shepherd Khan. Shout out to Mr. West. Shout out to their families. All right, next up. Now, of all the people who Rabbi can do this is a great song. Big ready for Rabbi to do this. Unbelievable stuff. Look at that. Good song. Well, that's I heard the punk music. Thank you, stay away so much. Do that. Thank you. Toby, here we go, Chris. She said, "You want some Marvin Gaye, some Luther Vandross, a little Anita. We definitely set this party up right." Well, Jesse Jackson really for the world, some new addition, some nitty gritty pretend. Definitely set this party up right. Well, I told you to drive over and do with. Bring some friends you cool with. I'm gonna make them cruise with. Then I want you to strip. Meeting these my new chicks, so we get our grind up. She be grabbing me, calling me baby like shine. I'm feeling really fine. Why she always lying though? telling me some diamonds, but she know them eyes, cause they're light skin friend. Like Michael Jackson got a dark skin friend. Look like Michael Jackson. I played ready for the world. She was ready for some action. And the city ain't a freak, so she got to prove my man wrong. I'm gonna lay the sand draw. She gonna take your pants off. I'm gonna play this Gladys night. You and me gonna hear it. Mom, do the band draws. Little Nikita. We definitely set this party up. You gonna be. Well, yes, you got some ready for the world. Some new edition, some mini pretend. We definitely set this party up right. Well, smoke your Robinson, smoke your Robinson, Freddie Jackson, everything, smoke your Robinson.
Let's just get fucking to it. Alright.
Well, how green. Too fast. Yeah, but I do it. Definitely set this party up right. Well, guess we want some ready for the bird. Some in here pretend. We'll definitely set this party up right. Set this party you not so ready for the world. So you were patient, you ain't got to pretend. Let's set this party up right. This is my new so enjoy it. All the chicks who have ever known, I can be very disciplined. They love it. Kids only dance in one place and one place only. That's in the middle of the fucking dance floor. Oh, Jordan, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip a party like it's your birthday. We don't give a fuck about your birthday. We're party in the club, party for the club. Come on, got what you need. We can do the club. I'm gonna have a sex, right? And then make it When you sound like Rabbi, then you do love. Now, God, Jesus, Jesus, for your fish, I used to the root shells now walk with the say a baby, you hide with nothing like your New York and the Ontario local, you gave me the chokehold. The money on my mind, got a deal and a deal and a deal in my heart. Say that I got what you in the take of drugs. And they had a sex and the drugs. I'm not in your head with you get drugs. Starting in the club, try to pull a bug. I got what you need to take of drugs. I didn't have sex, I didn't have drugs. Come on, give me a hug with you get drugs. My flow, my show got me the flow. I got me on my face today. My crib, my cars, my clothes, my jewels, my meals, and I ain't changed. If you can hate it, I roll in the grave. I'm the feeling in the dark. Keep it quick and do that blank ass. With your holy ass. The bottle of bus, with the bed and beans, fighting in the club, bottle full of bug, my mom got with your teeth, and the teeth and drugs, when you having sex, when I didn't with the drugs, so come give me a hug, give me in the club, get me in the club, bottle full of bug, my mom got me in the teeth and drugs, when you having sex, I ain't even make it right, so come give me a hug, you give me in the drugs. Yeah. Yo, dog, this goes to anybody who's ever been assassinated or tried an assassination, gone through 6 bankruptcies, 2 divorces, 34 counts. That's so fucking happy. Wish that upon me. If that was trying to take my life away, the last time they talked about me, I've been the life away. And that upon me, have mercy on me. I ain't dead. I took down it in the dirt. They ain't been found. I'm that underground king. And I ain't come down. The special happened when it did happen. Have mercy on me, mercy on myself. Somewhere in my heart turning cold. Have mercy on me. Jordan, you're so good at good words and pain. Get out of the easy. Like a car. Emotionally stop. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. So mercy on me, baby. Where's that? Don't let the sky have mercy on me, have mercy on myself. So man, I should have mercy on me. All right, ladies. You know, one of my many. Sweet. All right, next up, 50 cents candy shop. So, so seductive. Take you to the candy shop. I'll let you lick a lot of the top. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you get that spot. Whoa, I'll take you to the candy shop. Boy, one takes the blood I got. You get that spot. Whoa, you give away how you want it. If you be an info, I'll be an info. I love Dr. Happy Friends teaching every problem gotcha. Come to the shit. Work with the switch and play with the stick. I melt in my throat, not your hands. Nigga can't shot. I'll let you lick the lies this time. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot. Oh, I'll take you to the candy shop. No one takes the blood. Keep going till you hit the spot. Oh, you like me, but me, and where each that fix me, that fix me, fix you, so come on top, John Bones. You ain't never heard a sound like this before, because I ain't never put it down like this. You know, put it all just how it's sicker. Snap it away, so that's quicker. And when you think of the last, I come down, and then go back at the right time, right on the right side. You have to come behind, it's productive, you should be with them. I let you get the light and stop. Don't let your own don't you stop. You got to get this. Oh, it's for the hands. Well, one thing is the blood. Oh, take you to the candy shop. I'll let you get the light and stop. Go ahead, girl, and don't you stop. You don't until you hit the spot. Oh, I think you can get the shot. Oh, one takes the blood. Keep going till you hit the spot. Oh, Next up, ladies, as you know, Rabbi's got a magic stick, so why not sleep? Chuck a little kid. It's sick. I know I did it twice. I hit the magic stick. Shorty don't believe me. I'm in the night. I'm in the magic. What magic? I got the magic stick. Over. I got the magic. What magic? Magic stick. I know that I can hit once, I can hit twice. I hit the magic stick. Shorty don't believe me. I'm in the night. I'm stuck in magic. What magic? Bouncing up the magic stick. I can hit twice. I hit the magic stick. Shorty don't believe me. I'm in the night. I'm stuck in magic. What magic? I like the magic stick. What? Another song. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Hot number 3 WBUC. Woo-hoo! Yeah. Mr. World and sexy ladies out there tonight. Shout out to your Remington, walking around downtown shopping the malls. Yeah, with like 8 kids. It's so sexy. Perfect for me. Like you are sexy. Perfect for me. I see you was launching. Get that cheese out. Like a female dope lesbian. So, was it love in the day? This is for the romantic to love in the day. This is for the love in the day. Keep the D up inside. Love, super love, so sexy, perfect for me, and I sexy, perfect for me. So sharp and honest, spin around, put your arms around, honest, look up, and sip. You have to be real honest, taking your shit to the person who's being honest. This is for the girls that we wanted to be, and this is for the brothers into love and be. And this is for the girls who be riding the day. The one that will keep the day up and all the time. So, so sexy, so sexy. And it's sexy, so sexy, perfect for me. And this is for us. 36, 24, 36, and this is for the rabbits and love in the deep. And this is for the girls that we riding. So sexy, so sexy, perfect for me. And I like you so sexy, so sexy, perfect for me. Well, let's start talking about the whole bunch of stuff. Why? Because if you do not know about it, everything you need to learn. Here we go. He has so many fucking songs that just, again, we separate the art from the artist. Right? Why not? If we don't, then we don't play any of these fucking bangers. All right, so there are two of them. We gotta play them back to back. Here we go. Now, as usually, I don't go on some beat. Oh, hold on. Stop. How are you gonna play the beat? Why didn't you label it as the beat? Why wouldn't it just say the first one, the original? Oh, gee, the first one. What? No, how about original? Original, I guess. Every single girl is complete issue. All right, kids. Next up is the remix that song. Get ready, girls. Here we go. Yeah, do this. Go ahead and bring it up a little bit. I'm not trying to be rude, but hey, pretty girl, I'm feeling you. The way you do the things you do reminds me of my time in school. Instead of all of the grill, trying to get you a hotel. I'm the football coach. The way you got me playing the field, so give me that choo-choo. Give me that beep-beep. Running my head through my throat. Running up on the floor. Belly, you next to the ignition, and coming in the shop, kitchen, mama rolling, I'm gonna so what I'm drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Bounce, 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 bounce. Come on. Well, it's like murder's road. Once I get you up the floor, try to see it's on the door, but you can hear you screaming more. How much you feeling? I'm on hope and mission. I'm gonna take my key and stick it in that ignition and give me that choo-choo and be that beep-beep. Running her hands through my throat, bouncing on from the floor. That's why I'm telling you that Billy is jumping next to the ignition, starting fresh out the kitchen. I'm a rolling that body, got everyone in the mission, changing the top on the ground. I'm until I'm drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm up there having some fun. Still popping in the stretch navigator. We got food to the left, just like in party with social cater. We got fellas to my left, parties on the right. And bring them all together, we been drinking all night. Then after the show, it's the after party. And after the party, it's the hope and life. Around the body, oh, you gotta clean the light. And then you take it to the room, man. We survive. Get that choo-choo. Can I get that beep-beep? Running her ass through my throat. I'm not trying to close. Watching guts out the kitchen. I'm rolling that body. Got everything. And wishing and it's not no control. Down the control. It's the freaking weekend. Baby, look at him. It's some fun. It's the kitchen. Coming fresh out the kitchen. I'm rolling that body. Got everything. And wishing. No one knows. It's a freaking weekend, baby. We're about to have some fun. On your windows, I'm catching the radio. In the back of my truck, bouncing up and down. You and I, to the beat, baby. Like it. Next up, friends, the one song we Rabbi song. Why? Oh, the one's great. Here we go, pimps. Greatest. It's the world's greatest. World's greatest. We go, pimps. I am the mountain. I am a tall tree. Oh, I am a sweet wind. Sweet in the country. I am a river down in the valley. Oh, I am a river. I can see clearly. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look them in the face and say, hey, I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak so high. I'm the greatest. I'm the world's greatest. I'm the little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. Hey, you made it. The world's greatest. I am the giant. I am an eagle. Oh, I am the lion down in the jungle. I am the marching band. I am the people. Oh, I am a helping hand. I can leave the world. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look them in the face and say, I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, made it. I'm the greatest. I'm that little bit of hope. When my back's against the ropes, I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. And I think of life I went on. I will be remembered. Don't notice a key. Yeah. When the darkest fades, I'll shine the light, and the biggest success will be me. I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, you made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. It's the greatest. And if you feel it, and if you feel it, it's the greatest. And if you feel it, and if you feel it, and if you feel it, it's the greatest. And if you feel it, it's the greatest. And if you feel it, it's the greatest. I'm that much people. They made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope. When my back's against the ropes, I can feel it. I need this power hour thing. I tried the music video. It was so amazing. And it was trying everybody to sing it. Alright, number one. The main song. Why? World's favorite. Shout out to Hype Williams. He had the best fucking music videos back in the day. The skateboard beat. The lyrics are on down. So fair. So unbelievable. So, I must be this even. You know I want to talk to you. What's up? This is great. It's fun when I get home, and when I love you, you're number one if you do me. Smash it, you can hit me off the charts. You just get to Handsome done. Tell me about passion. You're on the shining star of last night. That just wasn't right. I'm so small. I know that's what it is. But you don't want to do this. Champagne is a long how do you feel about space to find when I get home? I'm not gonna one day, girl, you and me smash it. That's a hit to me. Off the charts, when you get to me. I say, when you get the shit, you food ass and done. Tell me how you love that passion. Put nothing about that home. First to rich. That's the first to rich. Number one, baby girl, you and me smash it. It's a hit to me. Off the charts, you gonna get to me. Give the ass sex, but you get to me. Ass and done. Tell me how you love that passion. That's the shit on you. And Josh has a bit to me. That's the great shit. How you love that? First, that's what you understand. First, and the one baby. I said, your attention, please. 1 second. Is he like violence? One season to examine his nails for each one of my eyelids. One that is dropping me and blue at your eyelids. Yep, the eyelids. My nose said, wait, I'm trying to get that history. You're figuring out the choice for I want his birthday. And Dr. Grace said, the birthday, wasted. Well, someone else. That is start. Every time we say it's like, it's a hard and not to be like to start. It's a better kind of guy. When he has that base, but when you did it's real, dog. You stop together, send it a picture of the look. My name is what? My name is it's name is what? My name is what? My name is food. My name is what? My name is food. You can still say it is not. My name is what? My name is food. You can still say it. It's a good question. Takes it up. Takes it up. 35. It's racist. Chase it in the circle. And says it's not to get a paper. Extraterrestrial, unknown position, invitation, like to take myself and got to window and I do. Take the sample, make records of doing things that my name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicken Snake Shady. What? My name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicken Snake Shady. My name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicken Snake Shady. My name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicken Snake Shady. Hey, to walk away, get away, get operated. I'm ready for some. There is the light. And I'm going. I could barely decide. I just had to get out of strange the drive. I'm like, get by. I said, years. And I'm so married. You have no kids. My name is who? My name is what? My name is who? My name is Shady. My name is what? My name is who? Chicken Shady. Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is Chicken Shady. Yo, so I have like no fans right now, but one day I will, and I bet some of them become obsessed. And if they do, this song is for you. Next up, we got Evan Evans. So please don't get too obsessed with the rest. Keep calm, my babies. I'm wandering around, and I just have and I can't see the eye. The picture on my wall, it reminds me that not today, not so bad. I got a and I can't see it all. She won't live in I'll be there. There's a picture on my wall, it reminds me not so bad, not so bad. Hey, Rabbi, I wrote you, but you're still at college. I left my cell, my patient, and my phone for I said to let you guys. There's nothing to do about it. Because there's good. Rabbi. You don't call them up and why got out of bed alone. And I made my mind run. I can't see that all. And you wouldn't know when I'll be there. Get a picture of my home. It reminds me it's not so bad. It's not so bad. And I can't see it all.